I once considered keeping some pets in my office, but soon gave up on the idea. It's just not right to keep small animals where they won't be able to see the sun.
Mixing bitter with the tears hidden from the days. Dripping salty and sweet. Dripping slowly and free. Dripping salty and sweet. Salty and sweet. I live for this dream. I'll hold to the end, killing parts of me weak. Salty and sweet. I live for this dream. I hold to the end, killing parts of me weak.
If you ever see any stickers on my back, do me a favor and take them off. Malazines like to play pranks sometimes.
I will never fall even when the sky's dark. Be the one to eat, I'll be one to eat the stars. I will never fall even when the sky's dark. Be the one to eat, I'll be one to eat the stars.
Странноватые тут переходы. Ну, наверное.
I once considered keeping some pets in my office.
Так, я
but
думаю,
soon
потихоньку
gave
можно
up on
начинать,
the
пока
idea.
люди
It's
подтягиваются.
just not right to keep small animals where they won't be able to see the sun.
Врубить себя, не вырубить себя. Мотор завис. Ладно, пусть сразу будет. А почему ты так... Нет. Это странно. Вот так нам? Аниме, привет-привет. Я тут аватар себе настраиваю. Я сегодня чуть перепоздала. Ой. Сейчас это... Блин, частицы программы вылезли. Вот так нормально. Привет, как ты? Смотрела патч уже? Или ты только с разбегом вместе с нами будешь? Так, а что у меня сегодня по квестам вообще? Цветок в песках. Слушай, а по-моему есть ачивка за это. Ну-ка. Так, это змеи. Нермин, да. Нермин есть, надо идти. Нет? Хорошо. Так, сейчас выпущу кота. Два часов загрузка на обновление. Смотри, это Багулина. Попробуй несколько раз закрывать полностью этот... Господи, как лаунчер. Снова открывать, снова включать. У меня сегодня так было, собственно, вот этот аккаунт. Вернее, как вот этот компьютер, на котором сейчас я играю. То же самое с утра было. Где-то после 4-го раза... Где-то так. После 4-го, да. Он, наконец-то, мне показал нормальное время. То есть у него бывает, он багается, он загружает почему-то со скоростью улитки, но несколько перезагрузок лаунчера помогает. Иногда даже просто поставить на паузу и включить помогает. Так, пойдемте. Вон она, Нермин. Ну, реально, мне помогло то, что я лаунчер несколько раз включала-выключала. Привет всеми! Ну чё, я в тебя не сомневалась. Грацулите с Фариной и Сигной. Ну да, единственная Фарина, которую я сегодня выбью, это Дебогу. Сигнари выпал! Блин, зависть. Вот это реально зависть. Грацуля тебя. Прям грац. Забирай суп назад, окей. Нормделик. Грибочек. Ага, тебе надо запустить. Сейчас запущу. Только ты понимаешь, что, если что, телепорты у меня там вообще не открыты. Кстати, какая там территория новая? Ну-ка посмотреть. Я там ничего не открывал, так что придется тебе бегать своими ножками. Керлис, привет-привет. Так, секунду. Загружает вина для Семи. Так, персики зайтун, на. Забираю, мне их до хрена. Господи, мятный суп, это как... Не знаю, для меня это что-то страшное. Я очень не люблю мяту как продукт. Кеншин пока не открывал. Норм. У нас вон у аниме проблема. У нее загружает со скоростью улитки. И там 10 часов прогнозирует загрузки. Так, сейчас он. Так, то есть ты мне ачивку пока не отдашь, да? Мне наверх надо идти. Нет, вот этой дамы нужна ачивка. Грибочек Твин, я знаю, он грузится. Он грузится, там долгий прогруз первый. У него иногда после обновлений бывает. 2 дня качал. Да капец. Реально, пробуйте тоже лаунчер закрывать, открывать. Аниме, конечно, говорит, у нее не помогает, но мне помогало всегда. Угу. Ну вот, хотя бы кому-то спойлеры не будут. Мне пока не спойлери, ладно? Я, конечно, могу спрашивать, но это, если что, будут вопросы такие. В пустоту. Да господи, сколько? Короче, Твин загружается, я не знаю, почему почему-то он это делает очень долго. Он там шейдеры проверяет. Так, пожалуйста, ачивка есть? Ачивки нету, значит, еще надо будет. Блин, ну я даже не знаю, у меня, в принципе, за квест выполнятся все ежедневки, я не хочу другое делать. Наверное, чуть-чуть пока подождем до людей. И тогда пойдем в сюжетку. Хотя, я не знаю. Семи, скажи, пожалуйста, сколько там сюжетка примерно у тебя заняла времени? И скипала ли ты при этом диалоги? Семи, еще раз говорю, я его включила. Там проверяется само приложение. Не обновляется, а проверяется. Я обновила еще с утра на телефоне. Он пишет, 60% сделано. Там компиляция шейдеров. Я не знаю, почему он с утра мне нормально загрузил, а сейчас ему надо обязательно сделать проверку. Так, наверное, пока... Давай, аниме. Давайте, наверное, вот это сначала я сделаю. Пусть они там поболтают. Я как раз запущу Твина для Семи. И подождем еще людей. И там Дебок придет со своими крутками. Я надеюсь, это недолгий квест. Меня больше всего волнует Март 7. А что это внезапно ты про нее вспомнил? Мне, кстати, интересно, а вот этот скин на нее все-таки дадут или нет? Который такой принцесскин. Правда, он так сильно выбивается? Ну, хз. Так, 70%. Сверхвращение. Понятно, они сейчас будут завершать историю Мариан. До меня, кстати, только дошло, что Мариан — это же в честь Марии Антуанетты. Имя. Реально, дошло только сейчас. %80%. Скоро 7, скоро. Сюжетка вчера зацепила, вспомните. А, ты прошел, понятно. Ну да, это было интересно. Я просто подумала, неужто там еще что-то вышло, а я пропустила. Я вроде с утра забежала, там слила тоже местную смолу. И все. На этом все было. Я наконец-то себе там землю собрала. У нее хорошее значение, мне прям понравилось. При этом можно еще веревку будет заменить на получше. Господи, ура, загрузка данных пошла. Написывают все. Топливо а-ля смола, ну да. Я называю просто смолой, в принципе, все понятно. Чё? Так, господи, ура. Теми, можешь стучаться, все, ты наконец-то зашел. Наконец-то он все проверил. Ты же зашел? Так, ладно, белый экран прогрузки. Куриный шашлычок с грибами я тоже хочу. Это очень вкусно. Так. Еще куда-нибудь тпшнусь. Вот сюда. Только не говорите, что это опять сопоставление, пожалуйста. Так, и надо убавить чуть-чуть. Вот так. Это же не опять сопоставление? Твою мать. Так, Семи, слышишь? Заходи. Так, что Пайман съел утром? А это обязательно? Имя Мариан. Угу. Анна Кианит. Я сопоставить могу? В смысле не работает? Это не Ан. Ну... Не Ан, но это ее частица. Ну, давай сопоставим с этим. К счастью, это полегче. Семи, куда ты пропала? Так, подаем заключение. Ладно, это было полегче. Потому что до этого реально они все меня просто вымораживали, эти сопоставления. Господи, куда пропало семя? Срубание голов метафора. Ну, короче, они так бессмертия достигали, да? Я собираюсь по-своему крутить, в плане по-своему. Ой, я, кстати, не посмотрела, у меня там вообще было что, нет? А, давай, стучись, я потому что не всегда его вижу. Давай, стучись, сейчас я слежу. Вот. Все, запустила. Надо будет сейчас пробежаться, хотя бы ТПшки открыть. Хотя бы тут. Не, Дебок не Рип. Дебок еще не пришел. Ты что, ему сегодня... Вернее, как? Мне крутить его крутки. Так, как размножаются океаниды? А мы это хотим знать? Да? Я бы не хотела. А вот и Дебук. Привет, привет. Мы тут пока квестик проходим. Можно ли сделать 3 бутерброда, еще один бутерброд, найс. Дебок, я тоже минут на 10 опоздала. У меня сегодня не получилось приехать. Ну, скажем так, на массаже меня задержали. Так что все нормально. Мы только начали, считай. Ага, хорошо. Что-то как душновато у меня в комнате, на самом деле. Так, возможно, гипотеза о потомках более логична. Может быть, самопознание морян не относилось к чистым водным. Они меня запутали, на самом деле, уже этим квестом. Я тебе на Твиче данные скину. Окей. Вон, что-то там пришло. А, нет. По-моему, ты мне должен что-нибудь написать, и я тебе дам разрешение, типа, мне писать. А вернее, ты должен написать в чат, и я тебе открою лист. То ли оно так работает, то ли хз. Так, давайте с Ан пока болтаем. В принципе, если ты ничего не менял, то, по-моему, я где-то в тропу могу откопать. Сначала укрепил по гаранту, а потом 50 на 50 приготовился любимую еду Фурины, встать под фонтан, сделать 80 крудок. Во, да, вижу. Ща. Он готово. И сделать 80 круток. Кстати, Дибок, напиши еще, где мы будем это делать. Так, Сеймур, последний. Давай, рассказывай про Лерис.
Then you stop calling. I'm not used to hearing the sound of silence. Your lips have been silent. When did you get filled with doubt?
Так, ну-ка. О, вижу. Окей. Сейчас я закончим с этим квестом. И сделаем. Угу. Дебок мне сигнал Фарина, ага. Я тебе кодик должен еще скинуть. Ага. Ну, сейчас, короче, с вот этим закончим и сделаем все. Кто там ко мне стучится? Это кто? Нацу. Я не знаю вас, Нацу. Вообще, в принципе, я сюжетку прохожу так, что без вот этого всего. Опять! Опять сопоставление. Давай, я не готова, но готова. Ну, уже закрыл еще один. Так, Дебок, скажи, а у тебя сколько оно заняло времени? И скипал ли ты? Мне интересно, насколько это сегодня растянется у нас. Так, поломка. Что для Алина Глютена. Да блин, в принципе, вся их история уже была довольно очевидна. Скипал примерно 1,5-2 часа. А, ну нормально. Нормально, сегодня тогда ее сделаем. Сейчас пройдем вот этот квест, покрутим тебя и пойдем в сюжетку тогда. Угу. А, точно, там тестовый забег же есть. Я тоже про нее забыла. Я смотрю, все ждут круток. Мне кажется, все ждут, как я буду сливать бублик. Если он выпадет. Просто все хотят сделать мне больно, серьезно. Злые вы! Уйду я от вас. Угу. Кстати, по круткам угадал 430 с копейками. Охренеть. Серьезно. Я не знаю, у меня никогда такого количества не было. У меня максимум, по-моему, было 120. Логическую коррекцию, эмоциональную разрядку. Найс. Многие эту проверку файлов ругают, что она очень долгая, но это не история. Вновь произошла, обновленно закачал, остановился, начал играть, ТП на другую планету, игра вылетает снова-снова. Да, вот на самом деле проверка файлов, она нужна. Как бы ни казалось. Так, ну что ж, к указанному месту нет, я не буду направляться пока что. Давайте пойду к дебогу. Так. Мы делаем вот так. Все. Где у меня сообщение? Вот дебог. Угу. Дебог, смотри, сейчас код будет. Все, лови код. Лови и мне присылай. Ой, боюсь. Так, Дебок, еще ты поставил куда надо, чтобы крутить, или мы куда-то ставим? Так, все, залетаем. Где хочешь? Не, ну надо как-то красиво ее поставить, наверное. Явно в фонтейне. Ну, пойдем пирожные есть. Так, ну что ж, давайте резюмировать. Что у нас есть? У нас есть дебог. У дебога есть куча круток. Мне больно от количества этих круток. Мы крутим фурину. Дебог, напиши, пожалуйста, сколько мы крутим фурину. И мы пытаемся выбить сигну. Если нам, не дай бог, попадается этот прекрасный бублик, мы его сливаем под назвездочное оружие. Дебог, я тебя ненавижу заранее. Ты делаешь мне больно. Так, ну что ж, у нас есть стол какой-нибудь? Подожди, на втором этаже, по-моему, столы были, да? Сначала оружку, понятно. Сначала крутим оружку. Окей. Так, собственно, вот у нас есть стол. Садимся. Есть какое-нибудь пирожное скушать? Так, пирожное. Какое-нибудь пирожное. Что-нибудь вообще из десертов. Пирог, ну, блин, нет. Нужна вкусняшка. Чё, у тебя никакой вкусняшки нет для фурины? Сердечная лапша. О, фруктовый мармелад, норм, пойдет. Съели. Ненавижу, ненавижу, ненавижу. Ладно, не буду на них обращать внимание. Ладно, поехали. Пожалуйста, пожалуйста. Выпади сигну фурины. Чё тут? Тут вообще ни хрена непонятно. Поехали. Пожелайте удачи. Хотя, наверное, с таким количеством круток можно скипать. Так, бесструнный. Один бесструнный. Спасибо, такой себе. Вторая десятка. Но я не знаю, насколько их стоит вообще считать, при том, что мы не знаем, сколько там было откручено. А вот это найс. Две церемониалки, это вкусно. Курс стоит. Курс стоит, все нормально. Так, фиолочка. И... Ага. Церемониалочка. Это третья... Четвертая десятка. Так, мне страшно. Мне страшно. Пожалуйста, пожалуйста, сигнофорины. Пожалуйста, сигнофорины. Спасибо. Четвертая десятка. Сигнофорины. Но тебе-то нет. Не ты сливал бы. Господи, спасибо, я не буду сливать. Все, у нас есть прекрасное оружие. Ну, слушай, оно безумно красивое. Блин, оно реально очень красивое. Бублик будет жить, да, все, бублик будет жить. Ну что ж, все крутки на фурину, поехали. Посмотрим, сколько нам выпадет. Ну-ка, что у нас по истории? Так, 20, 25, 30. Угу, 35. У нас сейчас гарант идет. Так, ну это 45. О, казик. С казиком, вот это классно. Казик всегда хорош. Так, это был 45, это 55. О, смотрите, кто тут. С Шарлоттой. Я уже запуталась. Так, ну это 65, по-моему, да? Ну ладно, бывает. Так, вот это, по идее, софт-гарант. Но не софт-гарант. С1 Шарлотта. Да, у него теперь есть хорошая девочка. Я не знаю, кстати, Дебок, ты будешь ее крутить? Ой, качать или нет? Так, ну это уже софт-гарант прям. Это голда, да. Первая фурина. Ох, хороша. Ладно, скипом. Одна фурина только. Слушай, тут до хрена должно быть. Дениска, привет, а мы тут крутим. Так, давайте, первая десятка пошла. Колея. Могли бы, блин, на вторую фиолку дать? Вторая десятка. Еще колея. Нормально, Дениска, вон. Крутим, сейчас в сюжет пойдем. Третья. А можно не по гаранту? Я не поняла, игра там зависла? Ее зациклила? У меня нет провайдера, какого-то хрен отрубил. Бедный. Так, четвертая десятка. Хотел сказать, ну хоть не колея, но лучше была бы колея. Там хотя бы кэшбэк. Пятая. Да скотина, ты что так тянешь? О, слушай, красиво. О, у тебя байда, да, все. Байда добилась. Шесть. Ну, щука. Опять. Слушай, ну у тебя колей, по-моему, скоро будет все фуловое. Ну, давай седьмая десятка. О. Так, что ж, смотрим. Кулачки зажали. Фурину, дайте фурин. Фух. Я на секунду уже испугалась. Какая женщина. У него... А, у тебя будет? Да чё вы все с фуриной сигной? Я тоже хочу. Так, ну у тебя Дехия. Классно. Причем новая. Грацули. Правда, не знаю, насколько она тебе нужна, но градус. Так, ладно, у нас гарант. Первая. Церемониалочка. Вторая десятка. Можно не по софт-гаранту, пожалуйста, игра? Игра, ну дай. Так, все, колея тоже фуловая. Третья. Да, это Акт Бога. Опять колея. Да что ж такое? Почему он так любит колеи? Лучше б Шарлотту накидал. Четвертая. Ребята, это не смешно. Пятая. А можно... Так. Дайте пересяду на другое место. Нет. Вообще с другой столик пойдем. А хрен ты тут сидишь? Уйди, я хочу тут. Ладно, сядем с хозяином. Колеи в каждый дом, да. Правда, я забыла, сколько мы круток сделали. Перемотать время? Зачем? Он уйдет? Не, колея нас преследует. Ладно, тут сейчас уже должен быть гарант. Близко. Бесструнный, но хотя бы не колея. Так, ну это фурина. А можно 2 фурины? А можно 2 леги, пожалуйста? Так, C1 фурина. Байда. Нет, не хочет. Так, пошли заново. 190 круток. Ну, по-моему, еще 2 фурины как минимум будут. Да, это C1. Можно, пожалуйста, раннюю легу. И можно... А, кстати, вы обратили внимание, Шарлотта только C1 за все это время. Сколько мы открутили? Только 2 Шарлотты упало. Так, 3-я десятка. Опять. Оружейку мы уже открутили. Оружейка, к счастью, нам выпала сразу сигна. Мне не пришлось сливать. Очко. Окей, спасибо. Легу. Раннюю легу, пожалуйста. Нет, слушай, он вообще все тянет до гаранта. Это что ж такое? Так, наконец-то. У нас еще одна Шарлотта. C2 Шарлотта. Лего. Это, кстати, до софт-гаранта. Ну да, куда же без колеи? Фурина. Можно фурину, пожалуйста? Дайте фурину. Фурину в здание. Опять Дехи? Это баннер Дехи? Ну ладно, она хотя бы пришла пораньше. Так, 1-я десятка. Вот. Спасибо, Шарлотта пошла. 2-я десятка. Угу. 3-я. Я не могу поверить. Это была не колея. Так, 4-я. Опаньки. 2 фиолки. А можно, пожалуйста, раннюю легу? Я смотрю, ну, либо софт-гарант, либо близко к софт-гаранту. Ага. Баннер Дехи. Дениска, да, только попозже я посмотрю. Да что ж такое? Почему он так тянет? Ладно, там кэшбэка немерено на самом деле. Где наша... Вот! Ура! Летит. А можно 2? Две, пожалуйста. Я потом хожу, кручу, мне еще нигде не упала Шарлотта. Кстати, она хреновенько падает, как и всякая новая четверка. Ну что ж, это у нас С2, да? Давайте С3. Шарлотта. Слушай, мне кажется, все равно она у тебя фуловая добьется. Вторая десятка. Третья. Ну да, куда без тебя? Четвертая. Сейчас за кэшбэком пойдем. Так, тут же ничего нету, нету. Пятая. Нет, он до софт-гаранта... О! А вот это внезапно. Дори. Шестая. 2 фиолочки. 7-я. Да ёб твою мать. О, все. Если проигрыш, кэшбэк не трогать. Окей, давай. Ну, в принципе, все. У нас сейчас должна быть, по идее, лего последняя. Проигрыш хочу. Давай, последняя. Но я даже не знаю, проигрыш нам сейчас нужен или что. Ну, с проигрышем тебя, с чечой. Ну, все, видимо. Да. Поздравляю вас, чеча. Не, ну смотри, все как ты хотел. У тебя проигрыш. Итого у нас созвездие на чечу. Ну, эти фуловые. Ты тоже фуловая. И у тебя С2. Дайте я просто поставлю, полюбуюсь на это. Как на ней хорошо сидит ее сигна. Хоть где-то я на это полюбуюсь. Хорошо. Рора, как же я рад, Дибок. А ты кого следующего планируешь тогда? Не, на самом деле, С2, ну-ка. Первое. Угу. Лимит фанфар. А второе? О, усиливает их, увеличивает хп. Найс. Господи, смотрю, у нее реально, у всех людей, у всех других персонажей просто краткое описание их созвездий. У Фурины это целые поэмы. Ну и да, Шарлотта С6, найс. И прекрасная женщина-львица. Покажи еще 7 инвентарь. Хорошо, сейчас покажу. Вот особенно вот это меня пугает внизу. Количество моры. Собственно, страшный человек ты, Дибок, очень страшный. Я не знаю, такое ощущение, что ты вообще никого не качаешь. Откуда столько? Почему у тебя столько всего? Да ты посмотри, сколько у него книжек еще. Ты просто на книжке посмотри на это количество. Капец. Еще и это неактивное. Ладно, все. Это были крутки Дибога. Все, я выхожу. Можешь залетать и радоваться и качать. А я иду обратно к себе на аккаунт. Сюжетка классная. Да мне все уже спойлерят, что сюжетка классная. А, ладно, я ушел, окей. Ладно, я рада, что мне не пришлось бублик байджу сливать, серьезно. Не, ну единственное сейчас дебогу это как бы цветы тоже собирать. Что ж, такие были круточки. Так, Дениска, ты тут, нет? А у меня тем временем даже на 10 не хватает. Но я по 10 буду, серьезно. У меня вон последняя Ризли. Ладно, давайте потом я пройдусь по этому квесту. Пойдемте посмотрю Дениску. И... Господи, все онлайн, все. И пойдем в сюжетку наконец-то. Дениска, а ты где? А где Дениска? А, вот. 36 хп. Ля какая? 63, 189, 100. Меч, конечно, шикарный. О, сразу нужное. Часы на хп, найс. А кубок у нее тоже на хп? Ну, в принципе, конечно, защита подвела, но найс. Семерочки. Я радовалась, потому что Райден следующий... А, точно! Вспомнила, ты же Райден будешь добивать, конечно. Ладно, давайте я врубаю музыку тут, как всегда, стандартную. Вырубаем музыку свою. И мы идем по сюжету. Наконец-то посмотрю, чем там все закончилось. Аниме, привет. Ну, мы покрутились дебога только что. К счастью, мне не пришлось сливать его оружие. Вот, у него теперь C2 Фурина с Сигной. Твою, господи. А, не дадите. Не даете сходить? Ну, это еще маленькая, что ее смотреть? 71 на 210. Норм. О, кстати, с омутом, да, омут ей хорошо. Ты вот так решила. Ну, тоже, чего нет. О, кстати, какая классная гидрочашка. У меня бы тортик очень порадовался ей. И тоже хорошо. Обычная или заряженная? Ну, я смотрю, ты ДД из нее делаешь. Окей. Я просто не в курсе, насколько она как ДД. Она у тебя тоже фуловая. Классно. Не тут и ты. Господи. Я у тебя путаюсь. Ты еще на 2 аккаунтах это выбила. О, тут 40. Норм. Ой, смотрю, она тут сразу с корешечкой. Жалко, мне так хвостики нравились. Так, а тут золотая трупа. Какая классная шапка. Шапка вообще замечательная. Тоже классно. Прям все, что надо. Ну и Шарлотта. Кстати, ей внезапно идет эта книжка. Ну, чисто визуально. Силатаки Крио. Понятно. Я не знаю, насколько целесообразно Шарлотту делать ДД. Но опять же, кто я такая, чтобы запрещать? Качаю оружие, будет 300 крита. Ну да, мощно. Ладно, все, едем. Едем в сюжетку. Как я могу пройти мимо лута? Так, вернитесь. А, опять в бараке? Нас же выпустили из тюрьмы. А почему мы опять туда идем? Нас же выпустили. А, ты вышла, мне можно закрыть игру. Все. А, еще не выпустили, только. Окей. Финал сюжета официальный? А какой он мог быть, если не официальный? Наконец-то мы свободные люди. Маскарад виновных. Глава 5. Т9. А, офигенный. Ну да, потому что звучало странно. А секретарь, кстати, я помню, он прям внизу. Вот тут. Можно вот так сделать теперь обратно. Здрасте, мы выписываться.
Please sign here. This document will be effective immediately upon signing, and you two may exit the fortress of Meripede via the regular channels.
It's been so long since we've been to the surface. Let's hurry up and...
Официальщина. Опять? Опять у них там прорыв трубы?
I'm fine, thanks. But
Да, вам повезло прям. А я представляю людей, которым не повезло. Так, отправляйтесь в кабинет Ризли. Идем. Не знаю, я буду бегать, любоваться на жопу Ризли. Ничего не знаю. Мне норм. И пришел как-то Ризли к Ризли и говорит.
Good to see you two. Is there something you wish to see me about?
Выпить чаю.
Ah, that. The tremor didn't originate from the seafloor. In fact, it seems it came from the surface. Over the years of serving as the warden here, I have developed a sense for distinguishing between what occurs on the surface and what occurs underwater. Besides, the seal that Monsieur Neuvillette set in place won't fail so easily.
So the fortress is okay?
If you recall our last incident, if there really were a problem, there would be crowds of inmates in a panic.
Я бы не сказала, что с крепостью все в порядке. Теперь у меня тигнарий на основе везет. Я надеюсь, однажды он мне все-таки выпадет на основе.
I believe today is this month's pipe cleaning day.
Wait, seriously?
Сегодня день, когда мы прощаемся с крепостью.
Yes. Have you completed your release papers?
Yep. It's you two. Are you really
Господи, вот эту няшеньку я хочу. Когда она? Когда она будет? Почему так долго? Я так надеялась, что она с Ризли будет.
It doesn't feel like we were confined here. It's actually been pretty nice.
Реально, она такая хорошенькая.
Oh yeah, Paimon feels
С Техией?
place now.
Ну, ты можешь ее вкачать и ею играть, я не знаю. Либо она просто будет радовать взор.
You've signed the release papers, then you're free to go.
Забери эти круточки. Кстати, да, ты можешь забрать всегда круточки из дома за нее.
I knew you'd ask. All right, sure. Let's go.
Помнишь за эти наборы?
You actually agreed. No worries, you must be busy. Paimon was just joking.
В смысле, пусть он с нами сходит.
So you
Я только
do
за.
have a polite side, I see.
Больше Ризли в сюжете. Я только утром зашла на Твин и выбила Фурину. Я вообще практически ничего не успела. Я проснулась, побежала, блин. Ну ладно, не в другой конец города. Но через несколько станций на массаж и только вернулась.
Cafeteria here. The chefs sure do know how to make good.
Я максимум успела просто
I hope you
обновить.
won't be here as convicts the next time I see you.
We'll do our best to stay out of trouble. Well, it seems our work in the Fortress of Mirapede is finished. That's the end of another chapter in our journey. And since Nervlev was the one who asked us to come here, we should probably go report to him now. Next up,
Крайденса 6. Ну, в любом случае, хорошо, что получила и много фурины, и сразу ее сигну. Еще осталось на это, на Райден.
Will do, no?
По-моему, отлично все прошло.
I believe it would be the polite thing to do.
You're right. I've heard the palais has been terribly busy these days. Tell him that I hope he hasn't been overwhelmed.
Единственное,
by the
конечно, ни
recent
одной
string of
ранней
troubles.
леги. Сволочи такие. Так, отправляйтесь во дворец Мирмония. Пошли. Я в финале немного плакала. Интересно, я плакать буду? Я обычно чувствительный засранец. О! Что-то вот этого не было всего.
The Palais Mermonia sure is buzzing with activity today.
Да, есть такое.
Oh, it's you two. Apologies. Monsieur Nervalet did say you'd be welcome at any time.
Excuse me, would you mind helping me take a look at this report?
I'll be right there. Sorry, I've got my hands full here. You can see yourselves in.
Окей.
Everyone's so busy. Seems a lot has been happening.
Но мне нравится, что нам при этом такие, да, приходите, заходите.
You've come at the right time, but you'll have to wait for just a moment, as there are some urgent matters I must tend to first. In the meantime, please, have a seat. If you'd like to have something to drink, let the Melusine outside know.
That's all right. We just ate.
Угу.
Very well, then.
Let's take a break over there while we wait for him to finish his work.
Что-то у них тут назревает. Ух. Долбит Фурина. Хорошо.
All right. I should wrap things up for now.
Посидел, подумал,
Done with
хватит.
your work?
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting. Today should be the day you were released from the Fortress of Mirapede, and it appears that you've managed to complete all the release paperwork.
That's right. And we came here to see you right away.
A massive whale.
Do you have any idea what that might be?
Judging from your description, that cannot have occurred in any ordinary waters, but rather something like the primordial sea. A whale of that size and shape cannot usually be found in the waters of Tivat. Therefore, we can only assume that Child is presently immersed in primordial seawater.
Immersed in primordial seawater? But how? And is he okay?
Most people wouldn't be capable of entering in the first place. I'm not completely sure how he could have gotten there myself.
Так, как хорошо, что у нас Чайлд из Снежный, а? Прям очень хорошо.
Yes? What is it?
С1 кека выпало. Нет, Черногор не Сигна Байду, просто так поставили. Если вы вспомните, Юнзель, например, вообще с Грозой Драконов на баннере своем. Но это не значит, что и Грозу Драконов надо ставить. Хотя Байду, конечно, может играть. С Черногором, но это просто так, оно чисто красиво с ней выглядит.
Turns out that I have just received a report about this particular matter. In fact, that's exactly what I was busy with a moment ago. The source of the tremor was here on the surface near Poisson. After the shaking stopped, the water levels in the Poisson area rose at an alarming rate.
The water levels rose? Oh no! What about all the people there?
Fortunately, the water
Да
levels
все
only
нормально
rose
будет.
for a short period of time and have already returned to normal now. However, I still have a bad feeling about the whole phenomenon. If the change in water levels is connected with the leaking primordial seawater, then the situation in Poisson
Ну,
may
от
be
критов,
much
да,
worse than it
ее,
appears.
я видела, пытались собирать как ДД тоже. Чё бы нет.
We need to go check on her.
Всякое бывает. Опять же, вариантов сборок их до хрена и
I
больше.
would also like to go there as soon as possible, but I'm afraid I can't leave just yet. We must immediately formulate disaster prevention plans for the surrounding coastal areas to avoid potential catastrophes. I'll have to ask you two to go to Poisson first. I'll meet you there to check on the situation.
Слушай, как мне это нравится, мы приезжаем в каждый регион и разгребаем там проблемы. Потому что, естественно, кто кроме нас?
There's no time to lose. Let's get going.
Да идем, все нормально.
Be careful.
Так, отправляйтесь в Пуассон, пойдемте. Пуассон у нас вот здесь. До сих пор страшно, что люди тут живут. Кажется, летать искать Галю. Кстати, да, Галь нет. Да, 7, я заметила. Шарлотта 90 уровня.
Oh no. What happened here?
Что-то как-то резко. Я бы предположила, что тут не растворились, и как будто какое-то цунами прошло.
Around here, right? We need to make sure she's still. That means we need to check on her.
Мне нравится, как поймана не беспокоится. А не, вон, смотри, живые люди есть. Вон на крыше, как минимум. Столько по карте открыли.
All the way here.
Я еще, кстати, даже не смотрела.
This is getting scary.
What will I ever do now?
Look, there's someone on the roof over there.
Just stay put. We're coming up. Watch your balance.
All right, just hurry.
Что происходит? Объясните, пожалуйста.
I'm not young anymore. How will I survive on my own? My Desiree.
He looks pretty sad.
My leg. My leg. How could this have happened? It hurts.
Just hang in there. Help is on the way. You can hold my hand if it makes you feel better.
Реально, как будто у них тут шторм прошел. Они не растворились, будто шторм прошел. Странно. Самое лучшее, офигенное места там класс. Окей, ладно. Завлекайте. А, вон, вижу Нави. Недолет.
It's Navia. She's over there. Hey, Navia, are you okay?
Что-то как-то не особо, по-моему.
You're here.
Да,
We
мы
heard
тут.
there was a situation in Poisson, so we came as quickly as we could.
Yes. As you can see, the water levels suddenly rose. It caused quite the disturbance, in fact.
Что, все-таки растворились там люди? Серьезно?
Demoiselle, there was a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here. We've already transported him to safety, but we
Я скачала арт Нави. Ну да, он красивый.
Wounded? How badly?
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up, When the water level rose, he desperately climbed up to the roof. Once the water receded and he saw the ground, he became terrified and eventually...
Она, в принципе, королева. Давай с этого начинать.
He jumped down then.
Она слишком прекрасна для этого мира.
And tell him to take the wounded resident to see a doctor. He should know where to go.
Understood. I'll take over his search and rescue mission in the meantime.
All right, you'll be in charge. I'm sorry. Where were we?
The situation in Poisson?
Ah, right. Allow me to explain.
Как же она прекрасна. Фурина богиня. Для меня богиня Навия. Ничего не знаю. А почему как будто звук? Что случилось? Вот, теперь нормально.
Some people didn't realize the danger and thought it was just ordinary water leaking from somewhere. Everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water didn't have a
А,
chance.
все-таки растворились.
As the water levels rose, they suddenly disappeared. They were all dissolved. Those who realized what was happening started to flee in a panic, desperately trying to get to higher ground. Many were injured in the stampede, and some people fell from significant heights. The Spina di Rosula initiated rescue operations as quickly as possible, but there have been a lot of casualties.
Да. Я как понимаю, они все, они окончательно рип, их не вернут, да?
The water that flooded the area contained primordial seawater, so the lower levels of Poisson are still hazardous. To ensure everyone's safety, I've asked the people there to leave as soon as possible. No one knows if this could happen again. All we can do for now is try our best to help evacuate the residents. We still haven't completed the head count, but we'll have some numbers soon.
How awful. And all of this just came out of nowhere.
It was quite frightening indeed.
Так, я, наверное, себя пока скрою.
I only wish that everything
Так.
that just happened was a bad dream.
Не, их не вернут никак. Вот это можете мне проспойлерить.
Thank you for being so willing to help in a moment of crisis like this. You don't know how much it means to me. I really can't express how grateful I am.
Don't say that, Navia. That's what friends are.
Блин, жаль. Так, где Милус и Сильвера? Мы точно хотим это спрашивать?
Demoiselle, we've got a situation here.
Я надеюсь, мы ее не от падения в воду будем спасать. Но мы ее в любом случае спасем.
Sorry, I need to go for now.
Господи, нет, она королева, ничего не знаю. Для меня это главная королева этой игры.
Seems it might be a while before she can take a break.
Okay, the wounded are being tended to, and we finished a preliminary head count. More support has just arrived, so I suppose I finally have a moment to focus on my own matters. Of course, we should remain ready for anything, and continue doing our best to rescue others. I'll be sure to have everyone at the Spina di Rosula ready to render assistance. Traveler, Paimon, would you two accompany me to my father's grave for a moment?
Да, конечно. Мы пойдем. Конечно.
Thank you.
Блин, ну это грустно. Реально очень грустно. Бедные. Но мне опять же частично мы уже давно проспойлерили, почему так происходит. Что именно не так с фонтейнцами. Но менее грустно от этого не становится.
Not a lot of people here, huh?
Well, given the time of day and the whole situation in Poisson, Paimon doesn't think there'd be a ton of people here visiting graves.
Right. That's how things are now. The living are so exhausted that they've no strength to spare any words for the dead.
Navia?
О, бедная.
Navia, what's wrong?
Sorry. I just... Malus and Silver. They won't ever come back here again. What?
Да, значит, они растворились. Ах.
Huh? What happened to them?
А ты как думаешь, блин, что с ними случилось? Глупый вопрос.
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but still, I was the one who initiated it. They were helping evacuate the residents, but they couldn't leave in time. And they were caught in the seawater.
What should we do?
I've known them for so long.
А что мы можем сделать?
And I know
Главный
they were
вопрос.
afraid. But I could at least hold a funeral for my father. And I know where he rests. But as for Malus and Silver, they're just gone. I just can't.
Everything looks so clean after it rains. Even the gravestones. I didn't expect that you'd enjoy a glass of red wine in front of Master Callus's grave.
I can understand. Besides, the scenery here isn't half bad.
See, it's not just me. I always want to bring something when I visit Papa. Perhaps we might even have a picnic. He wouldn't be angry, would he?
Ah, how could Master ever be upset with you, Demoiselle? Yet the cemetery is the home of those who have passed, is it not? Everyone ends up here sooner or later, no matter who you are.
Buying yourself a plot in advance, are you?
No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callus, Demoiselle.
Hey, stop joking around.
Ой, простите.
I'm quite serious. That way, it will save us both the trip to see each other whenever you visit your father's grave.
That makes sense. In that case, could I be buried on his other side?
After all, besides you, Demoiselle, the two of us could certainly be considered Master's closest companions, no?
Personally, I believe we fill those shoes just fine.
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously. All right. I'll remember your requests. But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd make the journey even if I had to visit you two somewhere else. I promise.
Блин, очень грустный момент.
But here I am breaking that promise. I'm sorry for letting you see me in a mess like this. I don't usually cry, really.
Paimon doesn't know how to help you feel better. But, well, she understands how you feel.
I had always thought I could make my wishes come true. But now that I think about it, that never solely relied on me. Many things can only be accomplished with someone else's help. Malus and Silver have helped me so much. But by contrast, I could do nothing for them. I'm so sorry.
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia. We'll stay with you.
Да, здесь ради тебя. Тут согласна. Полностью. Кто там ко мне стучится? Кто там такой плохой человек? У нас тут грустный момент, ко мне стучатся.
Obena, Khan, Burnett, Giverny, Francine, Karina,
Фурина?
Ray, Joinville, Julianne, Esson, as well as Malus and Silver. So, everyone else is safe. But still...
It's okay. I know what you're thinking. And...
Слушайте, меня терзают смутные сомнения. А Фурину будут судить за то, что она допустила вот это все?
We were able to save more than we anticipated. The overall outcome indicates that the cost was worth it.
Просто это все очень странно.
Right. Don't think that way, Navia. One person might be saved at the expense of another, sure, but that isn't something we should ever consider a trade. Malus and Silver were not the price for saving anyone. They're heroes.
You're right. Thank you, Paimon. What you said just now was pretty amazing, actually. I'll remember your words.
Oh, really?
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since we last met.
Внезапно.
The knave?
Внезапно.
What are you doing here?
Внезапное появление.
Is everything going well on your side?
Yes, my people are carrying out the mission according to your request. All the residents of Poisson have been evacuated, and we're preparing to relocate them to higher ground.
Фига.
As for these supplies, we have everything taken care of. There is no need to worry.
Thank you very much.
Не, ну в этом плане, конечно, Арлекин хороша. Она действительно заботится о своей, скажем так, нации.
We just met recently. Right, Miss Navia?
Usually, I would call this a coincidental encounter. That doesn't quite fit this time. Besides, it never even crossed my mind that a Fatui Harbinger would come looking for me. Thanks to the Knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui, which allowed us to complete the rescue and evacuation work so quickly.
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case, so it was nothing. That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on. I'm sure you understand what I mean.
Вот ее я точно буду выбивать.
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you previously. We've never worked with a Fatui before, and it's extremely important for us to know who we're working with.
Слишком хороша для этой
My
жизни.
subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts in various locations. I hear that they've also prepared a large amount of emergency supplies. I'm quite surprised.
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to. It is simply the way of powerful organizations to act forcefully, whether they are doing good or ill. You've witnessed that firsthand, in any case. As I've told this traveler before, I know of the prophecy, and I intend to prevent the impending disaster. Lending your organization a hand was a natural first step in accomplishing that. As such, do not be troubled by this token of our sincerity. Perhaps one day, you'll also be able to help me in the same way.
Without your help, there would have been many more casualties. I won't forget your kindness.
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Malus and Silver. I only wish that my people could have arrived a little earlier to prevent this from happening.
Don't say that. You and your subordinates did everything you could. As Paimon said, Malus and Silver didn't choose to sacrifice themselves for any specific person, and they weren't the price paid for other salvation. They chose to become heroes themselves. I've never liked hearing people put it that way. It's like trying to relieve pain by saying some noble-sounding words. But right now, there's nothing more suitable. They really did become heroes.
You're right. I'm sorry for your loss, Miss Navia.
Две охуительные женщины рядом. Но мне реально тоже кажется, что она Хилли Чёрл переделанный. С этими ее руками. Да, очень грустные моменты.
So, you're one who will try to change fate then?
Of course. That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Terre.
Мне кажется, она сейчас людей будет настраивать против Фурины как раз.
The children need my attention. By the way, traveler, Paimon, one more thing.
Что? Чайлда мы пытались искать. Не получилось.
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which I do like to use when necessary. But there's no need to...
Грибочек, мне надо, да, ее надо обнять. Вот ее я прям постараюсь выбить. Прям очень-очень сильно. Ну, наверняка я ее выбью. Я не знаю насчет оружки ее, но, блин, ее я выбью. Слишком она хороша. Угу.
Indeed. Allow me to share the latest intel I've received from the House of the Hearth's intelligence network with you. During some recent investigations, a child claimed to have discovered some ruins near Poisson. The ruins date back to ancient...
Так, можно мне Чайлда, пожалуйста, обратно в сюжетку?
Judging by the dating of the ruins, they may be related to the prophecy and the coming crisis. The situation is becoming more urgent, so any pertinent information will prove extremely precious. My people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration. Unexpectedly, this disaster struck, and at present, we're all busy prioritizing the rescue effort.
So that's why the Fatui were already in Poisson.
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been dispatched to higher ground to assist effectively.
Так, где мой Фремина? Где там ивент, на котором его будут выдавать? Отдайте мне, пожалуйста, моего ребенка прекрасного. Что ты хочешь от нас спросить?
But Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you as such, even though you are not from the house. I'm sure you
Мне нравится, что каждый раз мы такой уникальный, все так нами проникаются, прям вау. Аура главного героя.
The intel I just shared about the ruins could fetch a high price. But since the children consider you family, it's only natural that I freely share it with you.
All we gotta do is go to some ruins, right? We can handle that.
Excuse me, but may I tag along?
You wish to join, Miss Navia?
But are you sure you're up to exploring some ruins? You need to rest.
Да какой тут отдых, блин.
I'm sad, yes, but I can't just go back and plop myself into a chair by the roadside and do nothing. There's no point in being depressed while we still have a disaster on our hands. As my father's successor, I must live up to the hopes he had in me. Besides, I'm also doing this for myself. I need something, a distraction, to keep my mind off Malus and Silver.
Да, кстати, это факт. Такие моменты помогают.
Since you put it that way, I have no objections.
Да, пошли вместе, я только за.
The ruins are to the south of Poisson. Here's the map.
Okay, the three of us will handle it. Come on, let's pack up and get going.
Че, ежедневки выполнились? Что такое? Быстрее? Подожди. То есть это можно теперь проходить... Это автопрохождение, что ли? Я сейчас не поняла. Так, дайте я сдам награды приключений и пойдем дальше по квесту.
Ad Astra. Thank you for complete. Ad Astra.
Не, ну по десяточке я буду крутить. Я сомневаюсь, что серьезно Фарена мне упадет. По-моему, реран мой выбор. Так, собрать все. Даже 1000 нет. Ну, короче, половину, 5 круток я накопила, норм. Ну что, пойдем тогда в эту пещеру? А давно там руины стоят? Что-то я их не помню. О, приветик. Давайте побьем. Иди сюда. Иди сюда. Хотя мы можем поплавать. Не можем. Реально, я не помню этих руин, они тут были?
So, are these the ruins the knave was talking about? Whoa, talk about old.
They seem to be pretty ancient, all right.
Let's go in and have a look.
Just be careful.
Так, я хотела посмотреть, сколько оно. Ну, норм так добавили, да. Прикольно. Идти кем угодно, да? Давайте пока за Ризли побегаю. Всегда в скобках нет, в это вновь добавили. Что именно, подожди, добавили? Не знаю, надо везде заглянуть, вдруг где-то, блин, потаённый сундук у них. А то обида каждый раз. О, здравствуйте. А, подожди, я не заметила. Я реально, я что-то засмотрел в чат и не заметил. Вот, теперь норм. Я реально что-то зачитала, досмотрелась, убила. Всегда в скобках нет или только в одной? Я не помню, чтобы тут стояли реально вот эти руины. Может, я, конечно, не очень сильно до тут доплывала. А что я сделала? Я умерла? Или что? Или куда? Да, спасибо, я уже падала, когда ты это сказала. Приветик. Нормуль. Что тут красиво? А ты залазить будешь? А как мне выбраться? Вон есть. Специально для идиотов, как я.
This place has also been contaminated by primordial seawater.
Yeah. And a lot of it, too. A Fontanian would most likely dissolve the moment they fell in.
Right! You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous, and it won't be any help for you to just stay here. Don't get by my wrong. We're not saying you're useless. It's just that...
No, you're right. I can't do anything in this situation. I'll leave this to you.
Okay.
That complicates things. Maybe the only way left is forward.
In that case, do you want to wait for us here?
The water levels here are unstable, and there's a chance the water will rise. So staying here wouldn't be safe either. I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit just up ahead.
All right. Come with us for now then, but please be careful.
То еще одного хранить. Так, ну что ж, нам надо туда, да? Ну, тут как бы прям показано, что мы можем лезть, да? Нормально все. Голова не пролазит. Подожди. Нет, не разрушается, жалко. О, как тут красиво. А почему так сильно ушла камера? Ау! Ролик? Наш голос прорезался. В смысле там вода? Кто ее спас? Это ее обязаны были спасти. Кто? Жива?
Demoiselle. Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I hadn't come to get you?
Maybe she just wants some time to herself, Malus.
Oh. Was I sleeping?
Yes, it would appear so.
Это мир мертвых.
I must be tired.
That's quite possible. However, you were the one that suggested we go out for a walk.
Oh, right. I nearly forgot. It must have slipped my mind when I dozed off. I haven't had a nap today yet. Have I? This is a familiar feeling, yet something's a little strange.
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh, no. No, I'm fine. I was just trying to recall why we came out for a walk.
Do you remember Mr. Giverny? He'd requested our help before with foreign merchants who had a debt dispute with him, and we'd resolved the matter not long ago.
We were headed to see how things were going with him at the moment.
Ah, right. Yes. I remember now.
Oh, Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Malus. And Mr. Silver, too. It's good to see all of you.
How have you been?
I've been great. Thanks to your help, those bothersome merchants finally realized that I wasn't the one they were looking for. Why, I wasn't even the guarantor for that person. They were knocking at my door day and night. Even my neighbor, Obina, was getting fed up with them.
Sometimes force is required to calm someone down and get them to listen to what you have to say.
That's right. Oh, by the way, Burnett, what was it that you wanted to give to Miss Navia again?
Oh, yes.
Не понимаю, это воспоминание или типа ее глючит? Нет, Нави не должна быть дед. Нави должна быть живой, хватит.
I don't know what we would have done without your help, so this is a little token of our appreciation. I hope you won't refuse.
Ah, did you cultivate them yourself? Thank you so much. I'll certainly take them. Malus, we do still have some empty flower pots at home, right?
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, Demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for some of Mrs. Burnett's flowers.
Very well.
Wait. Something seems to be off here.
Все-таки глючит.
Excuse me, madam. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Burnett, correct?
That's right. Is something wrong?
No, it's nothing. This is the first time we've ever met, but your name seemed familiar to me. I must have heard it when I was discussing things with your husband previously. I've heard this name before. Sometime recently, I'm sure of it. And why are there so few people around here? Where did everyone go?
We must mind the time, Demoiselle. We still have important things to attend to today.
Huh? We do? Like what?
Well, now, did you forget?
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you. Please, come to the Opera House. Your trial is about to begin.
My trial? Wait, why would I need to go to the Opera House?
Yes, she's right, Demoiselle. It's just about time now, so we should get going.
Почему меня это так сильно напрягает? Что происходит? Что происходит?
Look, it's Navia. She's here.
And her two attendants are with her. Goodness, everyone's finally here.
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be oddly excited about something. I even know some of these people. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien.
А ты помнишь хоть что за процесс, интересно?
Why are so many people here? And why do I have no recollection of this case? And as for the judge... huh? Where's Monsieur Neuvillette?
Please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry, Silver and I shall accompany you.
All right. But are you sure you can stand behind me?
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed, but today is an exception.
Чё? Чё происходит?
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on. Do they have any idea what they're doing?
Seriously.
Enough with the whispering! Could someone please tell me where Monsieur Neuvillette is? And why I'm standing trial?
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet realized what you've done? In that case, allow me to explain. As all here know, you are Master Callus's successor, the head of the Spina di Rosula, someone held in high regard by every soul in Poisson. After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus had. If anyone in need reached out to you for help, you responded. Not only you, but your butler, your subordinates, nearly everyone in the Spina di Rosula fought for the well-being of those in Poisson.
Wait a moment. Aren't you just proving that I'm a good person?
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And that is why you stand accused. You have helped so many people get through so many difficulties. You are one with us. We are inseparable. We are one big family, all of us who are from Poisson, inextricably linked. And with you being so important, we couldn't possibly do without you. Therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty, and you shall stay here. You will be together
Что-то какой-то жесткач попёр.
forever.
Huh? What are you saying? Everything you have said is correct. I have indeed done a lot for my hometown, and I would be willing to be with you all, but what is the purpose of having me stand here like this? What is there to discuss?
Oh, well, if that's what you think, then I have no...
Я не понимаю, это ее личная версия ада какая-то?
How wonderful, Miss Navia!
Похоже на какую-то ее личную версию ада. Это что началось?
I seem to remember now. Yes, I get it. This trial is...
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Malus?
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's guilty!
Stay here, Navia! You're one of us!
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mr. Joinville, you
Господи, представьте, у них ад тоже сосредоточен на суде. Это ж кошмар.
She was born a free and independent spirit. She has never been tied down by anything. Indeed, even the death of Master Callus couldn't stop her.
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part of any group. She merely acted as an individual, extending her hand to help others. Please do not mistake her actions as being otherwise.
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontanians here. This is the nation of justice, the nation of Hydro. Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to everyone. Water accepts all, blends with all. It will surely accept her kindness. Everything is measured here in the nation of Hydro, and in the end, everyone shall meld together. Thus, when a unanimous opinion emerges, that opinion represents justice. Now I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay. We and Navia are one.
And you would call this justice? Preposterous. You are merely jealous that Demoiselle still has a chance to exist as an individual. Have you forgotten how much
Господи, у меня все это время эти, оказывается, шли дропсы.
to become independent?
Да, кстати, там дропсы.
If your justice is flawed, then why should we acknowledge it?
As you said, we can also have our own justice. Silver and I shall defend Demoiselle. And that is how we will enforce justice.
My head... It hurts.
Demoiselle.
Silver, it hurts. My head is spinning. All I can see is stars swirling in front of me. I remember now. Everything that seemed odd from the very beginning.
Господи, какая она шикарная. Как я ее хочу.
Desiree,
Отдайте мне мою жену, пожалуйста.
and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
Don't be afraid, and don't admit guilt. We will protect you to the very end.
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged? We are the majority, and in the nation of trials, the majority is absolute justice. We are the will of all.
Don't let them escape! We shall keep Navia here with us!
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, must you be so stubborn? How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is fair
Коллектив —
and
это
just.
власть.
Navia belongs to us. After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
Опа.
What are you saying?
No more excuses!
She says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly be an independent individual?
What's with these people?
Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to
Они
us.
стали океанидами.
Navia, she...
Silence.
Опачки. Дед в здании.
That's... Monsieur Neuvillette!
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just presented are nonsense and cannot constitute a proper trial. The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objections from any unauthorized party.
Our thanks, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is still time.
But...
Go on now, Demoiselle. This is your only chance to leave this place. What, can't bear to leave us behind or something?
Malus.
My apologies.
Мне кажется, ли он реально это Нявилет пришел ее вытащить? Потому что, в принципе, единственный, кто может это сделать, это, походу, он.
Malus... Silver...
Quickly, you must come now.
Goodbye, Demoiselle.
Farewell.
О, это у меня награды.
No, wait! Just a second!
Navia?
You're awake. Good.
Да, это был он. Он ее спас. Господи, спасибо деду.
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive, and they were defending me at some insane trial.
It looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare? Paimon could give you a hug.
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you falling toward the water. You were just about to be dissolved within, but I...
Давай, скажи.
What is it?
I think I saw 2 Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction of a second, but they gave you the
Значит,
chance
это
to
все-таки
retrieve.
они были.
Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue you before your consciousness dissipated.
Wait, did you say Oceanids? You mean like what happened with Vache?
Perhaps those 2 Oceanids were the people you saw in your dream.
Прикольно, что это реально за секунду произошло.
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me. To think that they'd keep doing so even after death.
Please come with me.
А он не сказал, кто? Он сказал, пожалуйста, следуй за мной, но почему-то это... Типа мы путешественник.
Oh, I am quite all right. Perhaps there's something we could chat about?
Why do you look so stiff all of a sudden? Oh, Paimon knows. You're the type who feels awkward when there's nothing to talk about, right?
I merely thought that we should give Navia some time to herself.
Huh? Why didn't you just say so then? Don't you think it's even more awkward to call us over like this and then have nothing to talk about?
I suppose so.
Да, те, кстати, там привет передавали.
I hope all is well with her these days. Her work in the fortress of Meropide has not been too much for her.
О, вот и Галя.
No way, don't worry. She's
Привет,
fine
Галь.
down there. She's an amazing head nurse.
I see. Well, that is good. I have always worried that Sigewinne would need a lot of time to understand the world of humanity, just as I have.
Oh, and the Duke also says hi. Even though Sigewinne made him do that. He hopes that you haven't been overwhelmed by all that's happened lately.
Thank you.
Галь так встала. Ну, давай, там ложись у себя, расслабляйся.
He still doesn't know what to talk about. Let's chat about something else then. So, Nivelet, you're probably quite the swimmer, huh?
Нашла, что сказать.
Yes, of course.
This isn't going anywhere.
Сразу после занятия весь день перерисовывал картины Малевича. Все еще не понимаю, нахрена, ну ладно.
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were helping the residents evacuate. They had even transported a large quantity of supplies to the area. Amid my astonishment, I ran into the knave.
Ну, а это, кстати, прикольная тема.
She informed me that she had asked you to investigate the ancient ruins here.
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with all those official documents.
Да, и могли выйти уже без Навии. Молодцы какие.
Thought you'd wrap things up so quickly.
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now.
А ты где?
I guess we should get going again.
Почему ты с нами разговариваешь, но я тебя не вижу?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
Какой интересный камень. Че, заначек никаких нету? А почему никаких заначек нету? Я недовольна. Потому что рисовала фигме. Фигме это вот фигма, да. Фигма прям нужна. Это я всячески одобряю. Опачки. Привет. Все? Закончились? Норм. Какое прикольное подземелье. О, опять нас уменьшили. Смотрите. Дочка одна скучает? В смысле, одна скучаю? Опять? А тут что? А, вижу. А. Господи. Я не одна. Ну, это же фильм то, что нет русского языка. Ну, увы. Ну, есть и есть, и чё? Чё бубнить-то? Ну, то чё? Так, я смотрю, ХП у него все равно сильно убывает. Даже с первой констой надо более внимательно следить. Господи, опять. Давай, давай, давай. Все хорошо. Кстати, прикольно, мне нравится вот эта идея. О, спасибо. За сундук спасибо. Это Том Райден. Том Райдер, может. Потому что Райден это другое. Если ты про Лару Крофт, то это Том Райдер. Ну... Господи, Беннет все еще прекрасен. О, опять мы в каких-то катакомбах. Красивая. Там же нет сундука? Нет сундука? Норм. У меня такое ощущение, что вот это подземелье, оно сквозь весь фонтейн проходит. Сумеру? Что сумеру? Ой, я там, по-моему, последний могу подарок собрать, да? Да. Все. Напоминаю, что на Twitch есть дропсы. Если что, можете сделать привязку Твича к аккаунту и немного посмотреть мой стрим на Твиче. Ну или любой другой стрим, который геншиновский. Вот смотри, Галь, сегодня обновление. Это, кстати, сюжетка. Это новая сюжетка.
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
Как мне нравятся ее сапоги. Сапоги шикарные. Опа! Я смотрю, это суд над Фуриной, прям изображение. Да, ладно. Галь так устала, что пофиг на спойлеры, бедный. Отдыхай.
I shall record the history of its future here in its past. Say what?
It feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose. But does he mean that Fontaine should be destroyed?
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes. Indeed, the slate's contents correspond to it. Take the second slate, for example.
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing the same. She's facing this... what is this? Some kind of island in the sky?
And is that Lady Farina in the third image? Did the Hydro Archon fall into the water?
And is that a ring of people around her? Paimon doesn't quite get it. Are they all in the water?
The fourth image. I know this one. This exactly matches the content of the prophecy.
Я бы сказала, вообще взяли просто из контура из ролика про пророчество.
More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it, most likely due to us missing the first slate. I am very sorry.
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette. Deciphering ancient stone slates isn't one of your duties.
Ooh, Paimon's getting the chills just looking at these slates. This says that it's the history of the future, right? That means the prophecy's sure to come true.
I really hope it doesn't mean that.
Завтра еще фигуры отрисовывать пером в иллюстраторе. Ну, иллюстратор тоже полезный.
Images are kind of weird when you look at them together.
That's right. If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the waters drowning fontaine, come before the third?
А они уверены, что именно это происходит на плитах?
And yet the order is reversed here.
Я бы вот не была так уверена.
If we go by timing, Lady Farina only emerges in the third image. That means that the person in the second image might be the previous Hydro.
Дворецкого Невиллета.
Egeria, then. I had never met her.
Я хочу себе мужа Ризли. Я выбрала себе мужа.
Kneeling before the floating island in the skies, as if confessing a sin.
Did she herself commit that sin? And if not, why would she be in such a
Я реально не
posture?
понимаю, зачем вас заставляют это делать? Ладно изучать картины.
Judging from their contents, could this place be the origin of the prophecy? Does that mean that someone, or some people, once saw these slates?
But who would have created these slates and left these words here?
It seems that any further clues will have to come from Farina.
In that case, there's no time to lose. There's nothing else to be gained here.
Крайне странно, что что-то Невиллет не знает. Реально странно.
Yeah, we'd better get somewhere safe for now.
Пригласи на свадьбу. Сначала надо где-то Ризли достать в живом виде. А потом уже думать о свадьбе. Так, все, мы отсюда выходим. Классно. Спасибо. Кстати, а ты у меня докачан? Да. По-моему, я сейчас прокачивала... Да, вот. Вот эту прекрасную девушку.
Let's split up here. I'm going to check on what's happening with the Spina. You know how it is. There's some things you just need to be there for yourself.
You still have energy for that, Navia? Paimon's already beat.
Just head back to the Fleuve Cendre and have a rest then. Thanks for keeping me company all this time.
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work today. Rest well, everyone. Traveler, I will go talk to Farina tomorrow morning to ask about the stone slates. I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office. I will share the results of our discussion with you.
Сейчас только публикуйте на сайте знакомств. Так, не надо меня публиковать на сайте знакомств.
She has long been harboring secrets and will not give them up easily, which makes it all the more my duty to ensure that she understands the present situation.
All right, we'll leave it in your hands then. You're probably the best person to talk to her anyway.
I will be carefully considering my words tonight.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fleuve Cendre is always open to you, as ever. So please don't think you're an imposition.
Галя хочет всеми сделать массаж ног.
I'll be on my way then.
Ну что ж, это вы там сами договариваетесь. Мне сегодня массаж делали. Прекрасный. А, даже так? Норм.
Welcome back. We've got a special menu prepared for you two tonight.
Yay! And there's good food too! No, the boss is the best. Ooh, desserts! Nice! These are all Paimons!
Кто о чем Паймон пожрать? Ну, в принципе, я понимаю, да. Я тоже люблю вкусно покушать. К сожалению. Мона? Мона? Внезапно? А вот это внезапно сейчас был? А ты что тут делаешь? Причем, приколитесь, она в старом костюме. Они... А, нет, это новый костюм, окей. Мне показалось, что это старый, в новом. Так ты из Фонтейна или нет?
Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstadt?
Фу, она не из Фонтейна, все, нормально.
Yeah, let's go with that.
Well, I used to have my own surname, which was, well, some other thing. Either way, the old hag told me when she took me as her disciple that the first step to being a great astrologist's pupil was to change that name. There was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology, so I changed my name to.
Есть Галь. Но она, блин, старая, я ее давно не обновляла. Так что считай, что нету.
It isn't?
Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it generally just means great.
Угу.
Wow! Imagine including a boast in your name. Wait, are you gonna have to put that into your genealogy as well?
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if I were to take one. Astromancer, Barbeloth, Trismegistus.
Я смотрю, они потихоньку вводят ведьм.
That's a long one. Does it also mean great?
Там же был шабаш ведьм. Они потихоньку сейчас его будут вводить.
As for the old hag, hers is, in plain speech, the thrice as great scholar of the stars. Just take it as a title specific to astrologists.
Thrice as great? That's so petty.
I know, right? That's just how she is. She used to call herself Magistus, actually, but when she took me in, she changed her name to Trismegistus.
Talk about excessive.
Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it about the same as a surname. It's all right if you don't get it. You can look into it further should you need to study astrology more deeply.
Трижды обжорливая Пайман прекрасно. Где Кли? А зачем тебе Кли? Она в Манштате под присмотром рыцарей. Что ей тут делать-то?
My parents migrated to Dorman Port, and I traveled with the old hag for a while, after which I settled down in Mondstadt City.
Oh, that's a good thing then. At least we know you won't be dissolved by Fontaine's waters.
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things have happened here in Fontaine, right? I know you're not a local, but I'd avoid getting too close to any water that looks strange all the same. There's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean.
Да как бы тут не только предчувствие. Тут все плохо.
That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to take part in a panel and speak about the circulation of the prophecy as an astrologist. The invitation was sent quite early on. I don't think anyone expected Fontaine to be in this much trouble.
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona?
Семи ты только увидела? Ты ж прошла сюжетку, ты-то чего удивляешься? Это мы должны воскакивать, блин. Высказывать Мона, что ты тут забыла. Ты все прошла уже.
Ascertaining this is akin to reading the fortune of the whole world. I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. If I could do it, you would no longer call me an astrologist, but a visionary. But on the flip side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must surely come from a powerful visionary. Its contents involve the fate of the world. Disregarding it would be a mistake.
A visionary? Sounds really powerful and all, but does such a person really exist?
Of course. The old hag could do it, and I'd bet there are others amongst those Hexenzirkel colleagues of hers who could do something similar.
Окей. Понятно.
Are you sure?
Хочу архипелаг, да. Я тоже хочу архипелаг. Мне его так не хватило. Он такой славный был. В прошлых годах.
Oh, well, this is something only I can do after all. So yes, your praises are quite welcome.
That's the greatest of astrologists for you! Of all the people we know, you know the stars the best!
Indeed, indeed.
Все, захвалили ее по полной.
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all the commotion was about. If there's anything you need, do not hesitate to inform the Spina di Rosula.
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now. If I receive any news, I'll be sure to come find you two again.
And there she goes, quick as rushing water. And here we are with the Spina guy giving us suspicious looks.
С другой стороны, а чё нам не пошуметь? Тут, пардон, никого нету. Тут всех смыло. Ну, типа того, да. Так, наконец нам хоть что-то дали выйти. Ну-ка, я хочу посмотреть, сколько там. О, 1000. Ну что, будет 600 примагем? Вряд ли. О, достижения дали кучу, да? Катастрофа. Навия. Ну, больше, по-моему, ничего нету. Ладно, побежали дальше. По-моему, Пайман поумнела. Ну, Пайман, она может дельные мысли на самом деле выдавать. Пайман норм. Смотрю, тут вообще теперь никого нету. Всех разогнали. Чё, нас ждали?
Is something wrong?
Monsieur Neurvalette and Lady Farina, they seem to have gotten into a dispute. Please go see for yourself.
Чего? Нани? У них там разборки?
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
Посмотри, опять Фурину пытаются заставить работать, а она сопротивляется, да?
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that.
Пойми, как стартер, пока не стукнешь, работать не будет. Ну, зря ты так.
That's correct.
На самом деле, она же нас пыталась спасти, блин, не раз. Не надо на Пайман так.
The other 3 feature different images that seem to correlate to the prophecy.
The prophecy?
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon?
Господи, я смотрю, Фурине дают по жопе просто сейчас.
Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to or apologize for a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing? I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't.
Рип судья? Не, судья не Рип.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters. There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon.
Кстати, где Дебок? Дебок там качает свою Фурину, да? Поэтому молчит.
As well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
Реально, сейчас эта сцена Гидроархонту дают по жопе. Зачем, Галя? Зачем тебе удалить Геншин? В смысле не успею? Сказали, что на 2 часа. А, квесты закрываешь, окей?
You're the Eunuchs, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead.
Фига она ножкой топает.
You're Archon and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine. That's all I have to say. We do not discuss this matter again.
Ну, 2 часа со скипами, но мы уже, во-первых, сидим довольно долго в ней. И, во-вторых, у нас время еще есть, как минимум до 6.
Did Farina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her. She was smiling.
Ну, такая себе улыбка. Фурина матрица. Да, мы еще послушали, как вы сретесь.
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again, a state of affairs that we cannot allow to continue. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage?
Она должна осознать всю серьезность
Everyone in
ситуации.
her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret.
Я боюсь, она просто не вижу зла, нету зла.
I fear that she will not reveal anything unless absolutely forced to. We may have to create a situation
Фурина
in
кошка.
which she will have no choice.
Фурина ребенок.
Oh? Like what?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience just such a scenario.
But Farina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away?
Нет, подожди, у меня там есть гемы и целых 5 круточек.
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties, and then do what we can.
Реально, это подал в суд на собственного Архонта. Шикарно. Ой, извините. Ну, давайте. Арлекина или Навия? В принципе, просто Арлекин, она все равно же уроженка Фонтейна.
Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's present.
Так, ну этих я ожидала, да.
That naturally makes it the best choice.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
That's what family should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or
Короче, всех собрали.
you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Нашла кого попросить.
No, I don't think I can.
Then how about you, good sir?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful, the spotlight at last. I guess I'll be facilitating
А
things
что,
from
даже на нас не повесят, да?
That was a little long-winded, don't you think?
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the traveler, has brought us together to discuss...
Я удивлена, что Кларинда тут. Хотя, конечно, это в ее интересах.
Well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Oh, how intriguing.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand and used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail. A round of applause, please.
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice.
Называется «Как спихнуть ответственность».
Oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
А где Мона? Мона пошла дальше по ходу по своим делам.
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
In that case, do any of you have experience hunting?
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette, oh, right. You were sick that day, weren't you?
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before. Does that count?
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters. Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus. Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. They even left a unique methodology of hunting in their wake. A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey. So, if we were to build a trap together, right now, what would you choose to build it with?
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can count on our techniques.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker if I do say so myself.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach. That's the kind of method I would count on.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind.
Напоминаю, что они обсуждают, как поймать, блин, архонта. Угу, корзинка. Ну, хотя, возможно, корзинка с пирожными даже сработает. Я буду очень сильно ржать.
If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related experience.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such tricks. But I do have one more question for you, Monsieur. If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more
Одеяло
gentle
накинуть
trap would be
сверху.
ideal.
Kind as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait, why's that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
So, are we going hunting together?
We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters. It kinda works, but maybe it's still not the best metaphor.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, a being whose seat is an exalted throne.
Да, это верно.
So that's what's going on. Sounds very interesting.
Не будет ни охотника, ни дичь, заплыть ловушка. Надо поставить ловушку. Да пирожное, блин, использовать. Сцена судьбы. А где я? А! Вон оно где было. Так, давайте сейчас быстренько прям перерывчик. Я пойду себе чай хотя бы налью. Вот, и продолжим дальше. Давайте вот так пока побудет. Сейчас вернусь.
If you ever see any stickers on my back, do me a favor and take them off. Malazines like to play pranks sometimes.
Shadows that I hide, I wish that I could show them. Could you bring a little light and see where I've been broken? Not looking for you to fix me, just want someone to do this with me. Tired of keeping it inside, all these words unspoken. Each night I'm on my own, I'm closer to a breakdown. Tell me.
Я вернулась. Так, куда нам надо? Вниз, наверное, да? Да, вниз. Идем.
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? So much has been happening. Hyman didn't think the meetings would go on for so long, but everyone seemed pretty fired up, huh? Hyman thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Hyman thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised. Well... It's hard to say. Hyman doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. But with you around, Hyman sure will do great. After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you? Did you just pour some tea? Hyman didn't notice you doing that at all. Then what's that? Hyman's never seen that cup before.
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea. I merely refrained from
Это
saying
Арлекина?
anything till now.
Просто цвета прям ее. А что, когда Крепочек будет плакать от финала? Но надеюсь, что мы успеем.
Forgotten me already?
Wait, you are familiar. You're the voice we heard from the sky in Sumeru.
The voice from the sky.
А, нет.
I fear that description is
Короче, это
wrong.
одна, походу, из ведьм.
Not completely wrong. You're feeling lost now, just as you were feeling previously. I sensed that confusion and thus came to you. Guiding people is an irresistible hobby of mine, after all. Consider me a passerby, just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple on a whim.
Да, это одна из ведьм. Так, загадочная Энн из ведьминого шабаша. Так, что там по пророчеству?
Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
Завтра буду проходить квест Фурины. А, точно, квест Фурины есть.
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything in Tevat so easily be changed? So you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Are are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
Дебок там проходит квестики. А вот Галя, наверное, пошел спать. Ну, вернее, как он уже спал практически.
It all sounds really impressive and important and stuff, but it also sounds kind of scary.
I believe that you understand, right?
Ух уж
Some
эти
things
ведьмы.
are insignificant, but others you must reach out to change. Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part. This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality. Well, that'll be all for today.
Мне прям интересно, когда они начнут этих ведьм водить. Реально, очень интересные персонажи. Просто, по-моему, там одна из ведьм, это как раз парфюмер, которая тут будет. Ты стала такая старательная, Паймон. Норм. О, Мона. Мона вернулась. Что Ютубу не понравилось, а что там? Он твое сообщение какое-то проигнорировал или что?
One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations. I agreed, so we had a brief chat with her.
Did she have pink hair by any chance?
Why, yes, it was Charlotte. You remember her, right? That daredevil journalist?
Да, я помню, они сдружились.
Prophecies are very important, but how can people allow their lives to be commandeered by just a few words?
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear something sensible for once.
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag. I'll try again tonight, but I wouldn't get your hopes up.
Угу.
Huh?
Да, к нам уже заходили. Ваши. Ведьминские.
Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
Ну, да, мы серьезно.
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people would believe the gods to be all-knowing, right?
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost. But I've never met her, and if she were still alive, she'd be...
Карту закрываешь по телепортам. Мне бы их просто надо будет открыть. Самое главное, надеюсь, что до 6 мы успеем пройти сюжетку, хотя вот я уже сомневаюсь. Дебок, скажи, пожалуйста, в каком примерно месте сюжетки мы сейчас находимся? Процентно.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. She didn't say when or what that would be, though, so... Perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now.
Ну, в смысле? Расскажите.
Traveler, Paimon, are you two all right?
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now. It kind of feels like the end is coming, you know?
Ну, для нас точно не напустят, мы же не из Фонтейна.
I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. So far as I have seen, it cannot be swayed. But even so, I still hope for and believe in miracles. Astrology is eternal and rational, but fate may not be. It is cruel, but it can also be beautiful. Perhaps that's what En was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing playing out before you is not yet set in stone. I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't.
Блин, я соскучилась по Моне. Мона прикольная.
If we don't struggle to the last, then how can we face the end when it comes?
Huh. You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. The moment I start talking about work-related stuff. I need to get going. It was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I believe that you'll help those who are struggling in the same way I did. I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
Бедная, бедная, нищая Мона. Точно, даже не скажу в первой части по проценту точно, как Фурин поймать, примерно 50 будет. А, ну значит точно мы сегодня не закончим, это будет завтра. Потому что сегодня мне бы по делам еще сбегать, пока погода позволяет. А то у нас, в принципе, практически все недели дожди. И вот, как назло, сегодня именно без дождя. К газетному киоску. Так, ну это на поверхность. Пошли. Так что сегодня мы до 6, а вот завтра можно будет посидеть нормально, подольше. Мы стали знаменитости.
The underwater stronghold, the fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble autonomy, but that does not...
Так, а вы мне скажите, а Чайл-то будет в этой сюжетке? Мы его увидим? Я за него волнуюсь. Почка, я еще даже босса на Фарин не нашел. Серьезно? Офигеть.
It is said that this mysterious traveler once visited the underwater fortress. So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the traveler contain some...
Да, в другой форме. Ага. А, все, я вспомнила, в трейлере он был, да.
The Traveler's Trail, World Walker. Huh. Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed her. She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's using us as the subject matter instead? Seriously? Well, fine. Those headlines and photos do look cool, so Paimon will forgive her this time.
Продолжайте идти вперед. А подожди, он на карте появился уже? Что-то я его не вижу. А, подожди, вот. Гидротульпа. Вот она. Дебок, ты видел? Вот она. Вот этот босс. Он слева от города. А тут где-то вход. Ну-ка, вот. Ну-ка. Да нет, я хотел посмотреть по воде. Во, да. Ну, короче, тут вход. Нормуль. Так, что еще интересного расскажете? Давайте.
limited edition, only 16 slices a day cake.
Пайман откуда... А, нам про это рассказывали, все.
We tried it. Despite the tense situation we were in, let's give it another go. I'm sure it'll be great.
Самое интересное будет в конце, там столько будет. Ну да, тогда это, правда, мы завтра допройдем. Сегодня до 6 просто будет.
Someone showed up after all. Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Nervalette was right. You really can eat.
Wait, did he really say something like that?
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't...
Ну да, в пятницу квест Форины.
What would you think?
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but maybe the waters will rise tomorrow. You know, like in the prophecy.
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No, still, even if there'd be no more cake tomorrow, that wouldn't keep me from having some today. No, it's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat.
Ну, в принципе, ее логику я понимаю, да. Пока есть возможность, надо кушать.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go? These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being sad.
Oh, you know Sijuin?
I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about humans. She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily, yes, and you can only lift their spirits by feeding them delicious food. So please try the cakes here. I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right? Bye.
And there she goes. All right, let's dig in. I'm sure this cake will be delicious. It's more delicious than last time, and the flavor gets even better with a sip of tea. It sure would be nice if we could come again tomorrow. Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food here.
Кто о чем, а мы тортики гоняем, норм? Покиньте. Ну, покинем, давай. Зашли тупо за тортиком. Поболтаем. Что это за иероглифы? Что за иероглифы они около имени Шарлотты оставили?
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Oh, have you seen the article I wrote about you?
Ha! You've got some nerve! You just used us to make some quick mora!
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It appears you didn't receive it, though. It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table with some food.
Really? Oh, you're the best!
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist with ulterior motives, you'd be in trouble now, you know.
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like that.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you looking for me?
When Mona mentioned you, we thought of coming to see you at work.
I see! It seems you've already bumped into Mona here in Fontaine. So, she mentioned me? What did she say?
She said that you're a real daredevil of a journalist.
Что-то я смотрю, это прям такая расслабляющая пауза перед, пардон, пиздецом, да?
Interview with the legendary traveler and Paimon? Huh? So your article in the paper today doesn't count?
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the things you've seen and experienced.
Угу.
Yeah, are we even qualified enough?
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course. I'll need a few days to prepare.
Oh, in that case, we'll just chat when you have time then?
Грибочек без Шарлотты, я без всего. Я еще даже не крутила.
I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately.
Возможно, где-нибудь там покручу.
Venue, some props, and... Whew, so much to get done now. Talk to you later.
Wait, Charlotte, Paimon's still gonna...
Но я в любом случае, если я буду выбивать, оно мне больше будет для этого. Господи. Для коллекции. Я качать ее не буду. Может, я ее прокачаю на твине. На основе... А, нет, я на твине же вообще крутить сейчас не буду. Не, тогда... Буду ждать Шарлотту. Надеяться, что она мне здесь упадет. Хотя бы для коллекции.
That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. And secondly, I wouldn't forsake my homeland that easily. From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such an end. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy. Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still
Господи, я обожаю Шарлотту. Этот энтузиазм, он прекрасен.
the story I would wind up writing would truly be timeless. And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job, and I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. I guess you could say that I was born to be a journalist. But anyway, that's my answer. And on that note, I'll get back to my preparations.
Ну что ж.
That's so nice. All of a sudden, Paimon actually kinda envies her. Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we? The sea breeze and scenery can be...
А, ну мы вчера, да, обсуждали же трейлер. Вернее, когда вчера?
Paimon's been thinking.
Вчера? Да, вчера обсуждали трейлер. Он прекрасен. Мне кажется, такой водевиль.
If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Teyvat that
Там,
was...
в принципе, не только судья, там все прекрасные.
Oh, and what would we do? No, Paimon should ask...
Такая фантазия это Шарлотты чуть не сказала. Фурины.
We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things.
Думаю, буду продолжать путешествие.
Still traveling?
Да, и ценить каждую секунду, что нахожусь в этом мире. Угу.
Wait, isn't that what we've always been doing?
Ну, да. Так, новый день. Ага. Навия возвращается на базу, делайте общий снимок. Все идет хорошо. Ну, по-моему, вот сейчас пиздец начинается. Все, это была передышка.
Feels like you'll grow mold if you stay here long enough.
Вот сейчас все пойдет по одному месту.
Millipede, that's for sure. It's not only damp there, but salty too.
Ah, so the two of you are still here. Wonderful.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Угу.
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillat sent me to look for you two before. I
heard that afterwards.
Опять у них проблемы со шрифтами. Я смотрю, что-то они не вычистили.
Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass along a message from him.
Какое? Давай.
Yes, inside the opera house. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
A riot?
Боюсь предположить, там Фурина топнула ножкой.
Personally, think it was that serious? Lady Farina was watching a performance at the opera house, and while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started harassing her.
О, все, пошло.
Nothing about the prophecy crisis. And before she could respond, others started to join in.
Вот я так и думала, что ее, в принципе, весь народ посадит на скамью подсудимых. Где все расползлись играть. Поэтому до 6 сегодня посидим, и нормально будет. Да, показывал. Мы смотрели тут его Фурину.
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired of
Ну да,
this
типичная
and
Фурина.
left in a hurry. The Maréchaussée Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Farina had
Да,
gone.
у него тоже сигна. О, да у вас всех сигна, блин.
Realized that she had gone missing.
So, you mean she's still missing?
That's right. The Maréchaussée has dispatched many people to search for her.
Фурина парта. Я вообще без Фурины, все нормально. Да, ей вообще-то могут сделать.
Monsieur Nervillet sent me to tell you about the situation, but he didn't say anything else.
Don't worry, this is more than enough to go on. Thanks for keeping us informed.
Ah, is that so? Well, all right then. In that case, you two take care. I'll be heading back to the palais now.
Такой взгляд.
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then.
Ну да.
If we know Farina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll look for a place to wait out the heat. And as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart of stone.
Нет, Семи, пока не точно. Пока она просто как бы будет присутствовать, но насчет того, будет ли она игровой, пока до конца непонятно. Потому что есть сливы, которые говорят, что да, и сливы, которые говорят, что нет. Мне она не понравилась. Честно, я ожидала другую скирку. Для меня она слишком вылезла из рельсов. Слишком принцесска для того, кем она является. Так что... Возможно, цепанет по характерам, пока хз. Но вот внешне вообще нет. Так, найдите Фурину в Пуассоне. Пойдемте поищем.
All the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation.
А, вон она стоит. А чё ее искать? Вон она внизу.
That's Farina, right over there. She really is here all on her own.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless. What was meant to happen?
Опа, Фурина. Да, опа, Фурина.
I'm sorry. I am so sorry. Give up, Farina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry. But what can I even do
other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over. Who's that?
Don't worry, Farina, it's just us.
Мне нравится, когда она маску свою сбрасывает и становится более... нечеловечной, как сказать, более собой. Без вот этой маски.
Farina, you were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
What do you mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning was so moving. I'm still trying to process it. Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were, disturbing my enjoyment of the arts? They even dare to tout their Archon. I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Maréchaussée Phantom are freaking out right next to them too.
Сюжет, почему Фарина такая... Ну, понятно, но сейчас мне вот не нравится вот это ее поведение, потому что видно то, что она переживает. Вот это все как бы понятно. Но вот когда она себя вот так ведет... О, кот орет.
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the line because they haven't been able to meet me in person, aren't they? That's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
Ну, ко мне истеричку запустили. Господи. Ну да. Что, мы будем догонять по воде? Что? Что мяу? А, нет, так догоняем. Ты чё истерику закатил? Все, пропали? Да господи, иди сюда. Моя личная маленькая истеричка. Иди сюда. Ща я кота уложу. Давай, перекладывайся, как тебе удобно. Фига они ее отвели в каморку. Так, оставь мой микрофон в покое, пожалуйста, кот.
Tired. I totally thought they had caught me. No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed. You're right.
Yep, that's a good girl.
What's happening? The ground's shaking. Is it an earthquake?
Простите, я с котом воюю.
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
It can't be. It's happening again.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Nouvellette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Yeah, I hope you're right. But the people of Poisson, they've already...
Ну да. Вот, когда она естественно выглядит, она мне намного больше нравится. Да, котик?
It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years. I once had informants all over Teyvat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways too to hold back the sea,
anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled. Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also
Да вижу я.
for me to finally
Сорян.
Indeed, I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives. But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end.
Кстати, мелким писательное задание, в котором мы с этим... Как он? Ну, короче, Хиличурлом. Я забываю его имя, слишком длинное.
How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
Значит, не, там еще... А, вот это то, что я начала, и оно длинное. Окей. Так, давай рассказывай. Я не знаю, что скрывать, что в народ будет только рад разделить с тобой твою ношу.
That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
Ну, довериться ты можешь?
A witness. Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case...
О, давай, рассказывай. Или сейчас петь будет. Ну, как всегда. Опа. А я смотрю, Леди Шустрый.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance. Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
So this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes. Do not forget, however, that I am Fosalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
Ну, в принципе, я понимаю, там уже у всех нервы сдают.
I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
А что делать-то? Куда бежать?
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Farina, what is the meaning of this?
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me.
Семя, несколько несколько месяцев назад у тебя Линни был, наоборот, мой милый мальчик. А теперь ты на него ругаешься. Не, ну, к сожалению, с Фуриной не пнешь, не полетит.
This time, I will protect you. Applaud and rejoice. One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes.
Просто как минимум, я понимаю, она пытается все это тащить в одиночку. Окей. Но в одиночку у нее как бы разрешить проблем не получается. Почему тогда не обратиться за помощью как минимум к Нёвелету? Который не просто там судья, а на минуточку гидроархонт. Вот. Все, конечно, прикольно, но, скажем так, Фурина сама довела все до крайности.
She is taking this seriously this time, right?
All right, then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Серьезно?
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent.
Ну ладно, ну окей. Так, мы успеем во всем разобраться, надо только победить Фурину в зале суда. Окейшки. Все с вами понятно.
Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins. Just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled.
Как все продумано.
All we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene.
Господи, вы бы видели, как кот у меня сладко дрыхнет на руках.
We arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So you mean the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina?
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontanian history.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese,
Как вы его тогда
the volume
ставили?
of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Areneas. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
You're welcome?
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct the giant
Фига не
dig a
заморочились.
tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Сорян.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
У меня перс как плыл по воздуху. Фига у тебя залагало.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in
Господи, да ты первый сбежишь.
accept a duel with an Archon without flinching.
Кларин как раз в курсе.
Thank you.
As for you, traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson. You
Да.
make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
В квесте? Офигеть.
Oh?
Моя задача была дать тебе последний шанс. Мы надеялись, что ты поделишься с нами своим секретом, пока волшебный ящик еще не выкатился на сцену.
Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance. It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very
О да,
end.
это любимая поза. Да, теперь остается одно провести суд над Гидроархонтом. Уи. Что хотела сказать Фурина перед тем, как очутилась на сцене?
Sir
Ахз.
Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along.
Записка от
This
Фурины?
is a document that Miss
А,
Charlotte
нет.
applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up the proceedings.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte! Oh, let Paimon see.
Где-то 50%, ну да.
Isn't this the exclusive interview
Ну,
that
короче,
she
сейчас
gave
еще
us
чуть-чуть
before?
пройдем, тогда оставим на завтра. И завтра закончим.
Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine. So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument.
Полезно.
Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a
Это типа в последних сериях, в предыдущих сериях.
Archon in the very first duel you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right. I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. I guess you could also see this as a happy coincidence. This is the first time Monsieur Nervilette had a difference of opinion with the oratories. Even the Hydro Archon can't figure it out.
А, мой мальчик, вернись.
A Fatui Harbinger. She's an extraordinary person. The fortress of Meripede was almost destroyed in a single day. That I didn't witness that scene personally will always
Шарлотта прекрасна.
regret, I think. According to Monsieur Nervilette, both Child and that whale should have been in the primordial sea at that time. I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. To be honest, that still gives me shivers.
Это да, это было мило.
The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
Угу. Окей, мы освежили все в памяти. Спасибо.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come on, Nervilette. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese. Just forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this. Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
That's true, but my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon. Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Wait, what was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the hydro arc forsaking her duty.
Ну да, это весело.
Did I hear that right? She's not our Archon at all?
Charge accepted. Lady Farina, do you plead guilty to the charge? Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah. Even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have
Как мне нравится вообще их здание, вот эта опера с их стульчиками. Там очень удобно сидеть. И оратор сейчас такая хлобысти поворачивается, да?
If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the god of justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives. What do you say to that?
Huh. An argument with near impossible odds, huh? We have to not only refute Farina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
Люди верят, что ты Архон, потому что привыкли верить.
I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am? And if I was not the Archon, then
Да, значит, походу им с Невилетом примерно одинаково. Возможно, Невилет помладше. Не связано, не связано. Child?
That doesn't sound right. Paimon doesn't think this clue can be used as compelling evidence to build our case.
Встреча со слугой.
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case,
например, проклятие.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
Да, источник пофиг, главное правда.
Curse. I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
You sensed it too, huh, Neverlet?
Так, ты не Архон, ты человек, несущий на себя проклятие.
Is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell.
Вернее, Архонты могут выглядеть как люди. Давайте наоборот.
It's not impossible.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being? Besides, every Everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods. For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the indemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
Стоп, тот процесс доказал, что Фарин не имеет никакой власти над Оратрис. Ну, да, вот, Child, как раз.
You tried to reference the Oratrice, but weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide an explanation.
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
The real Hydro Archon? Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
А вот это хорошо, госпожа Фарина. А давайте-ка продемонстрируйте нам свою силу Архонта. Да, да, иди. Все, ура, господи, меня освободили.
How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon?
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium! Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Yeah, no matter
Ну,
how
смотрю, уже
generous someone can be,
неубедительно.
how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
It seems like nobody's buying Farina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar. I'm still the same Farina you knew, right? The one that you loved. Shouldn't you want to believe in me? Please? You've got to believe me.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And all of our ancestors? Ever since they were born?
Enough. That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is?
If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
Wow, she came up with yet another argument. How can we
Ну-ка, ну-ка.
now?
Закрутили классно.
She really doesn't want to give up.
Надеюсь, мы сейчас до 6 успеем хотя бы пройти вот эту часть. Так, стоит попробовать сказать, что она простая смертная, если она простая смертная. Нет. О. Попробовать на ней воду? Серьезно? Сбрызнуть на нее водичкой? Серьезно?
That all Fontanians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea. And that means...
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
Мне интересно, у кого из них там пузырек с водичкой есть?
Chief Justice, I swear this really will be the last time that I'll speak out of turn. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, taking many lives, including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss Farina, would you dare to touch some of this seawater? If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching this seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case. But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse.
Офигеть, они ее зажали?
After the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
If Lady Farina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontanian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to try?
А прикиньте, она не с Фонтейна.
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it. That could only mean...
What's going on? Is she really planning to... That's not what we thought she would...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Farina.
Я как понимаю, она сама не знает, растворится она или нет. Но мне кажется, часть божественной сущности все равно в ней есть. Она могла свести на нет эффект.
Miss Siegewin, if you're present, Miss Siegewin, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Siegewin?
Вот это внезапно.
Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. Let me see. That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewin.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
Thank you, Miss Siegewin. Lady Farina, you may return to the defendant's stand.
Oh, wait. What did she just say? I didn't get dissolved. Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur, we don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Farina could have...
I can't believe... You...
Фарина не могла осознать последствия своего не осознать, ага. Не, закрутили прям клёво.
Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks. What happened just now didn't prove a single thing. Think about it. How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater? Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water?
Да, мне кажется, она сама до конца не знала, будет на нее эффект или не будет. Все довели до слез.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Farina to win.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. She's too stacked against her now.
Блин, да, жалко ее сейчас. Ебанет? Такое ощущение, что он сейчас взорвется.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Farina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Farina is
Страхи.
Guilty. We shall now turn to the oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges.
Господи, не могу. Вот эта анимация из Старейла, она меня тут прям вскрывает. Билета.
According to the judgment of the oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale, Farina is
невиновный.
Well, what's wrong? What's the oratrice's verdict?
No. The oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus: the Hydro Archon, guilty, to be punished via the death sentence.
Фига. Фига, однако.
The death sentence?
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice? What an unexpected twist.
Farina's been sentenced to death by the oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth. How did things escalate this quickly?
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah! Even Vacher wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
И да, формулировка.
Not only is Farina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Farina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place. But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this mean?
Все это очень странно. Нас попустят, нет? Или нет?
Excuse me, if I may interrupt. Is the trial still going?
Fremine! You finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission?
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
Камень... А, вот это первая каменная плита. Угу.
So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get around some dangerous stretches of water. But has the trial already concluded? Then doesn't that mean I've come too late? Oh no. Father will be disappointed in me.
Секунду, сорян.
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate. Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates, and would like you to come here and confirm their contents.
Huh? So what do you see? What is it?
Предыдущий гидроархонт обращает к своей силе, чтобы превратить океанидов в людей.
I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Farina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon. So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kinda talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
Изображение на плитах связано с реальными событиями.
Let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates. Paimon will do her best to help you remember.
Опять. Ну, поехали.
The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine... Does that mean that Fontanians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids
О, обратное?
to humans, then
Но я как понимаю, обратного не случится.
process can be reversed as well. The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens...
За что? За трансформацию без ведома?
This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontanians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing? The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else?
Угу.
Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontanians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if.
Так, подтвердить истину. Ну, да.
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontanians can be dissolved in primordial seawater. And the first stone slate tells us that long ago, the Hydro Archon used her power to turn Oceanids into humans. This might be the reason that Fontanians can dissolve.
Угу. Дальше, плита с пророчествами. Нотаратрис. Вот, наверное, Н.
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Nervalet mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, has recorded on the stone slates.
Мне интересно, в чем там было преступление? То, что создала людей из кианидов? Ну, я не знаю.
It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing?
И последний. Ну, наверное, теперь Н. Нет? Не говорит?
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society, but not many people believed it at first. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontanians to dissolve. It seems increasingly likely that the prophecy may come true. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea, but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of no sea.
Ну, это смерть, это потеря личности.
The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved.
Так, ну это мы все сейчас... Это она говорила.
The primordial sea at the fortress of Meropide was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what.
Это да.
The prophecy's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truths should come to light.
А можно меня потихоньку отпускать?
Oh, Paimon gets it now. So that's how you can make sense of it. But then it feels like we're going to have to see some truly shocking revelations.
Ну да.
Let's hear them.
Из первой плиты явствует, что уроженцы Фонтейна не настоящие люди.
Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
All Fontanians were originally created by the late previous.
Я не понимаю, это и есть грех? Серьезно? Что именно грех?
The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontanians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vache dissolved were also turned into Oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a
В
trial.
смысле не скоро?
In the shape of Oceanids.
Indeed.
Опять? Опять я залезла, блин, в сюжет? Из второй плиты можно заключить, что преступление Гидроархонта состоит в сотворении фонтейнцев. А, ну вот, хотя бы.
She probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the opera Epiclese.
Все же мне кажется, что она должна быть последней.
Isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea?
Но причем мне нравится, что там изображены люди, которые в современной одежде. При том, что это 500 лет назад или когда там рисовалось. Хотя ладно, там навык предвидения был. Ну, допустим, сова на глобус.
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the truth. However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source. When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full conclusion. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well, we should finally be informed of the unadulterated truth.
Well? Did you get it?
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize it for you.
Что-то для всех жителей Фонтейна неполный зал. Фу, такими быть.
Hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontainians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon as one of the 7 did not
Гидроархонт — это вот этот шарик, да? Прикольно. Прикольно не в том, что мне нравится.
She eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanids' blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids. Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into
Ладно, часть я уже знала по спойлерам. Ой. При этом они умудряются как бы размножаться как люди. Что самое интересное. Слишком много информации, норм.
Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontainian, but it does answer a lot of our questions.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the 3rd and 4th stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct. A key point of the visual on the 3rd slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the third slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice. Yes, it refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy, in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now it seems...
А я не понимаю, Невилет же в курсе того, как они могут пророчество предотвратить. А почему он молчит? Ну, вообще есть выход?
No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled. Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions. About the fourth slate, you probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes? However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign,
Дебок, меня вообще очень не скоро отпустят, да? Потому что мне-то идти надо. Ко мне сейчас придет злая подруга и меня покусает. Я?
This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
Угу. Слушайте, ну давайте, наверное, тогда... Я не знаю, я попробую вырубить, а потом перед завтрашним стримом я дойду до этого места и тут остановимся, потому что... Дебок, я еще сейчас спросила в чатике, верно? Отсюда и сюда меня сразу кинут к киту разбираться, да? То есть у меня боевка потом будет. Просто тогда, правда, можно на этом месте остановиться, и я завтра... Я просто усиленно вырублю... Господи, а как я это сделаю? Да, ну, да у меня время больше. Меня время интересует. Сколько я тут еще буду? Потому что мне на самом деле быть, ну, через 15 выйти. Просто сколько сейчас мне осталось до кита, до того, как меня отпустят из сюжетки? Еще долго? Хотя в любом случае это долго, наверное. Давайте, правда, я на этом, наверное, буду прощаться. Сегодня закончим. Просто время уже 6. Сегодня так рано начали, с 2 сидим. Вот, лучше завтра нормально посидим, все вот это доделаем. Потому что сейчас, ну, серьезно. Может, пока врубить музычку. Ладно, давайте, правда, я так и сделаю. Вот. Не, оно все прикольно. Мне нравится, как оно развивается. Конечно, интриги нагнали. Мне интересно, какие именно из предположений, которые я знаю о Невилете, Фурине, все-таки исполнятся. Потому что, как бы, я сливы, конечно, читаю, но до конца им никогда не верю. Например, помню сюжетку Сумеру, там очень много из сливов было не совсем так, как они говорили. Ладно, давайте. На этом, наверное, сегодня все. Всем до завтра. Завтра в обычное время. Завтра вот это все продолжим и доделаем. Давайте, Бог, пока-пока. Прикольно покрутили. Я, наверное, сделаю все-таки отдельный ролик с твоими крутками, чтобы тебя на память было. Все, всех с фуринами. Всем пока. Всем до завтра.